ბათუმი კიდევ ერთი საჭადრაკო ზეიმის მასპინძელია. 5-12 ივნისი. მსოფლიო ახალგაზრდული ჩემპიონატი სწრაფ და ელვისებურ ჭადრაკში. პლანეტის 457 ნიჭიერი მოჭადრაკე ფიდეს უმნიშვნელოვანეს ღონისძიებაში.
მოხარული ვარ, რომ ბათუმი როგორც საერთაშორისო ღონისძიებების მასპინძელი ქალაქი წელსაც უმასპინძლებს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს და წარმატებები მინდა უსურვო 38 ქვეყნის მონაწილეებს ამ ჩემპიონატში.
გაიმარჯვებს ის, ვინც მოულოდნელ გამოწვევებსაც კი სწრაფად და სწორად უპასუხებს.
Hello dear chess friends, this is Batumi. We have two great events happening here. We have the third day of friendly match between Ukrainian and Georgian female chess players. This is from Ukraine, Anna and Maria Muzichuks, and from Georgia we have Nino Batsiashvili and Mary Arabidze playing the friendly match from 6 rounds. Today we have the day number 3, the third round. After today's game the player has a rest day, so tomorrow will be the rest day for them, and then later the day after tomorrow we go on the second half of the tournament. The score between the Georgian and the Ukrainian teams are as friendly as the match is, so it is 1-1. Both of the games the chess players ended up with draw. So today we have round number 3. I am Grandmaster Valeri Gaprindashvili, and I will be with you with the live broadcasting of this match. And also we have the second day of the World Rapid Cadets World Championship. This is under 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 open and the girls section. They yesterday played 3 rounds. Today they have to play another 4 rounds, and tomorrow they will play the last 4 rounds. So it will be 11 rounds in total. So we will review that tournament also, but we start now with the champions match. Our women that we see on the camera, we see the young viewers in top of the camera. You see they are sitting in the playing venue and watching the match. This is very pleasant to see. Now we can go to the games, and we start with the game Muzichuk Maria against Batsiashvili Nino. We have about 6 moves already done here. As I told you, Maria is with white and Nino is black, of course. So they have e4, c5. So as a first round, in the first round, they also have had e4, c5. knight f3, knight c6, but here is a different structure. Maria decided to play bishop b5, so she changed the opening compared to the first round. e6, castle, knight g7, rook e1, a6, bishop f1, knight g6. Okay, it's not like a deep theory happening here. It's just a structure of Sicilian bishop b5 line, where the chances are almost equal. Again, we can say that slightly better maybe for white. Nothing unexpected is happening in this game. And now let's go to another game where Muzyczuk Anna with white colors are playing against Arabidze Meri. Let's see how it was happening from the beginning. e4, e5, by the way, the same opening was happening in the first round. Knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, Spanish. a6, bishop a4, castle, bishop e7, and bishop takes e6. Bishop takes e6. This is another structure than was in the first round. Take on c6, d3, knight d7, bishop e3, and castle. Okay, this is also not like a basic line of the Spanish, but quite famous and well-known, where again whites are slightly better maybe, and nothing special is happening here, and black does not have any specific problems in the opening. So as you see, without any unexpected moves, we start the opening, and let's see how the fight will continue. I will tell you shortly that in the previous two games, mostly between Muzyczuk Maria and Batsiashvili Nino, both of the sides were too solid and safe. I'm talking about the style and type of the games that we already had. And between Mary Arabidze and Anna, the games went. The struggle was quite complicated. In the first game, Anna was pawn up and Mary survived. And in the second game, it was opposite. Mary was pawn up and Anna tried her best to survive the game. And the game ended up with a draw. So this is a situation for now, what we have. One move was done is no. In this game, last was knight g6, and Maria is thinking. And here we have another move, knight bd2. Expected move. Knight goes on c4. If it will be possible, and also it is much better and more flexible square to develop the knight on d2 than to develop it on c3. Mary also answered with her move, but I don't have it yet here, but I see on the camera that she played f6. Here Maria is still thinking, and I don't see the move for Mary, but I see it on the camera that she played f6. I don't have this move yet here. Hope there will be no issues with the connection, as the move has to appear already here, but I don't have it. Okay, anyway, now we can go to the waltz rapid. And I'll start with the round number 4. Yes, today we have round number 4. Unfortunately, on round number 4, what I have now, I have only gal section. Okay, we can start with the girl section, hoping that the open section also will be fixed. So on the first board, just a sec, I will also go to the pairings and announce you the situation. So girls section under 18, we have the round number 4, started a while ago. On the first board we have Mihalic Vesna against Omonova Umida. Omonova, who is the rating favorite. Both of the opponents has 2.5 points out of 3. We see that the whites are pawn up here. Whites are pawn up. They grabbed the pawn somewhere. Let's take a look how it happened. Oops. Okay, as you know, this is a rapid and some blunders are happening more often than in the usual standard game. So bishop a6, knight d8 and bishop c4. Whites are just pawn up. Later black activate their knight, and this is a position that we have now. So okay, technically white's position is much better as they are pawn up, but let's see, everything could happen in this game. Now let's go to the next board. Next board we have Nguyen Hong playing against Gasparian Milena, and this is a position that we have right now. After the move 19, here Nguyen is a rating favorite. She has 1959 against Gasparian Milena, who has 1762. What an interesting position. That's very interesting position. So blacks are forced to capture. No, they can play also bishop f6, but it could be e7 there. Yes, it seems like they have to consider king h6, but in that case there will be queen h3. And we have to calculate what's going on there. So, for example, if black captured on h6, has to be the checkmate there, right? Queen h3 check, king g5, no, knight a4. Oh, actually they played those moves. Wait, I don't understand where the queen gone. So let's take a look. King g7, bishop d4 take, queen g5. No, it's not possible. I don't think queen g5 was played there. I think it was queen h3. I hope it was queen h3. So I hope it was queen h3, king g5. How to checkmate here? Bishop e3. Rook f4, oh, but king f6 is also possible, right? It's not so easy to checkmate that king there. Okay, it will be very interesting how it goes, but anyway, we have the wrong position here. Sorry, just a sec, I will get back to that. Yeah, suddenly this appears right now. So let's see what happened. Bishop d4, queen h3, correct, then queen e3, rook f4, h4, king f5, g4. This is how the checkmate is gonna be there. Nice. Very nice game. So it can be rook take g4, and then maybe bishop h3. And if king takes on g4, white has even bishop h3 if they want so. Yeah, seems like white will win this game. And let's go to the next board. No, that's not the next board. This is the next board. Here we have the players with white with 2 points. This is Lomaya Diana playing against Polyakova, who has 2.5 out of 3 with 1961 rating. And they have this position after the move number 17. So we can say that the whites are slightly better, just slightly better, but it looks like the black does not have any special problems, and the game could go to draw. Now I will go to the girls section under 16. Here on the first board we have Norman Ksenia against Shvedova Alexandra. Let's take a look at their points after the 3 rounds. So both of them has 3 points, and they are the only players with the 3 points out of 3. It seems like the game will be quite decisive. Okay, it's too early to talk about the final results. Of course, they have 8 games ahead, but still, they are, yes, they are the rating favorites. They are number 1 and number 2 in the rank, starting rank. So that game will be, of course, very interesting, decisive and important one. They have this position. The last move was knight f6. The position is quite complicated with the slightly better chances for white. I will try quickly to go to another board also where we have the player with white. This is Dorashava Victoria with 2.5 points out of 3, playing against Siman Pola, who has 2 points out of 3. And this is a position we are having. Yes, okay, what to say? There is nothing much actually to commentate here, more than the white has less than the 3 minutes. I think it was absolutely unnecessary to think so much in the opening. This is move number 15. The position is quite complicated, maybe with the, okay, with the equal chances, let's say. So, girls section under 14. Girls section under 14. Here on the first board we have with the 3 points. This is a player. Sorry, just a sec. Iman Kuzieva. Iman Kuzieva we have with the 3 points out of 3. The rank number, starting rank number of her was 17. So it means that she is playing much better than her rating. This is a position what we have after move 19. With white, it is Nurgalieva, who is the second rank. I mean the starting rank. She is with white, and this is a position. Let's take a look what's going on there. Whites are having too few time. They have less than the 3 minutes. On the same time, when the black has less than 7 minutes. The last move was f6. If the black needs so, the king could go on d7 for a while. The position is quite complicated, but has to be with the better chances for white, of course. Board number 2. On the board number 2, we have Lyashkevich with white against Shukman Anna. Anna, who is the first rank, first seed, starting rank, first number. And she's with black here. She's with black. And she has an advantage. The position is better for black, and also she has the time advantage. 6.5 minutes on the clock for black and 2.5 minutes for white. It will be a very difficult and tough game for white. Black has a very good chances to win. Now girls action under 12. Here, after the 3 rounds, we have 3 players with the max points, 3 points out of 3. On the first board, we have Aydogan Arya against Beber Ania. Aydogan is number 6 in the tournament, and Beber is number 3. After the move number 24, they have around 4 minutes each of them. White's position is slightly better, slightly, maybe nothing much. The position looks like a draw. And the second board is already over, where Lethai Huang with white, 3 points out of 3, won against Tsivtsivadze Nini, who had 2.5 out of 3. Girls action under 10. Here we have a very strong player, Milner Romi. I remember that. So let's take a look what's happening in their game. So girls action under 10. Out of 3 players has a max of the points, 3 points out of 3. So here both of them, with white it is Sevastianchuk Anastasia, and with black it's Milner Romi. Sevastianchuk has 1244 rating, Milner has 1693, and this is a position after move number 28, where the blacks are pawn down, but they have the full compensation, at least for draw. Second board also interesting. There we have the player with the 3 points with the black colors. It is Zavivaeva Kristina playing against Schirmbek Lilian, who has 2.5 points. And this position we have after move number 18. Whites are pawn down, but they have some compensation, but I don't think this is enough compensation for being pawn down, so it seems like Zavivaeva has a very good chances to win this game. And girls action under 8. On the first board, I think it's a mistake, as I see that white is Sivanandan Bodhana. She has to be white, that's for sure. Maybe I don't have it. Yes. That's some issues. Sorry, some issues. We could not review the girls under 8. So this is a situation in girls section. Now we can go back to our champions match where we have Muzychuk Maria and Vatsiashvili Nino playing this position. They did couple moves after knight g6. It was d4, c takes d4, knight takes, queen c7 and knight c3. Nothing specific is happening. The position is still very close to equal. And let's take a look at Muzychuk Anna and Arabidze Mary's game. There also nothing much happened after ef6. Anna played knight h4 and Mary answered with g6. In both of the games, the positions are very close to equal. The only thing that we can mention for now is that Anna already thought more than the 12 minutes and Mary spent only 3 minutes on the opening. So it seems like Mary is a little bit better prepared for this opening. In the game between Muzychuk Maria and Vatsiashvili Nino, here also Maria spent a little bit more, on 8 minutes more than Nino. We are, of course, waiting for the complicated games, so we are waiting for the active moves, and we are waiting for results. That is what we need, actually, because we already had 4 games ended up with a draw, where the players were quite solid and safe. It could be also connected to the friendly match, because the type of the match is, of course, is like, okay, it affects on the results also sometimes, yes, as the match is friendly, the result also could be friendly, yes. For example, just imagine and compare the situation if they are playing the last round, and who will win? She will be the world champion, for example, or European champion. Of course, they will do a little bit more. I believe that they are professionals and they are doing the best on each time, but still, it's not about them, it's about everybody, that when the importance of the game is too high, you are doing more than you can do. Let's see how goes today's games. For now we have the same positions. I will use the time and go to the World Rapid again. So, girls section under 18. With white, Mihalic Vesna playing against Omonova Umida. Omonova Umida, who is the rating favorite. And it seems like she is gaining the piece here and maybe winning the game at the same time. Because the opponent has, the white has only 20 seconds for the move. And the position is also quite bad, as they are losing the piece. The bishop could not go anywhere because of the promotion. Yes. So they have to leave the bishop there, and then they will be piece down. So let's see what happened there. Okay, some moves played. So here after rook e8, white played f3, take, and knight d5. Yes, the position has to be losing. The position has to be losing here for white. Let's take a look at second board, where Nguyen, I think, did the checkmate. Oh, very nice game. Okay, this game will be a beautiful example of any of the tactical books, I think so. Let's take a look from the beginning. Alekhine system, 4 pawns beginning for white. Oh, and just a straight attack. Amazing. That's amazing. That's Nguyen Hong Nhung with white. Played an excellent game. Just sacrifice. And after that, they were in a very big trouble. The game over in 25 moves. Okay, our congratulations to that player. Very nice game. Okay, girls under 16 on the first board. Norman against Shvedova. Shvedova is a piece up. For 2 pawns, white definitely has a compensation. Okay, any result could happen here. The only important thing that I can mention now is that the black has only 13 seconds. That's too few, but the white also has 1 minute, not more. They are in the time trouble, and it's like a game of the nerves. Who will stay stronger? She will win the game. It's difficult to say here anything in advance. Second board, we have Dorashava Victoria against Siman Pola. Dorashava's position, it's black to move. G4 is hanging. Yes, it seems like white has a very big advantage. Girls under 14. Nurgalieva playing against Imom Kuzieva. Seems like just winning for white, right? They are just piece up, so I think the white will win this game without any special troubles. And the second board, this is Lyashkevich against Shukhmanana. Whites are trying their best to survive in this game, and maybe they will. They have a very good chance. Now it's a huge time trouble. They are playing the moves on the last seconds, so it is very difficult to say anything. By the way, we have here another third board, also very interesting, where Kirtadze Anastasia with black colors, 2.5 points out of 3, was playing against another Georgian player, Tseskladze Mariam, and they ended up the game with draw. Girls section under 12. Here we have Aydogan against Beber, where Beber won her game on the first board. On the second board, the late Hai Huang won against Tsivtsivadze. Girls under 10. Here we have Sevastianchuk against Milner Romi. White improved their position, and now they have some chances to win this game. They have some chances, maybe not much, but still. Okay, here on the last seconds, everything could happen. This is section girls under 10, so everything could happen there. On the second board, white lost. Yes, here we were saying that they were pawned down. I mean, Shirbek was pawned down, and she did not have enough compensation, so Zavivaeva, Kristina, won her game here. Now let's take a look at the champions match. So we are back to Muzichuk Maria against Nino Batsiashvili. Let's take a look from here. What happened? Knight g6, d4, take, queen c7. knight c3, bishop d6, g3, and bishop e5. This is a typical idea for black, to put the bishop there, attacking the center. Let's see how Maria will continue. And let's take a look at Muzychuk Anna's and Arabidze Mary's game. Yeah, so the same type of the position. In both of the games we have the positions close to draw. Sorry, close to equal. We don't want draw. This is just close to equal, but the all fight is ahead, and let's see how they will continue playing there. Maria played the move. She played bishop e3 to support the d4 knight. Black could play d6 or even the castle, later trading the knights, everything on d4. Okay, I'm saying that it is very close to equal, but I said it from the beginning, that slightly better for white, we can say like that. Here Mary played knight c5 against Anna. The same, the quiet position, very close to equal. These are the positions that we have after first 45 minutes of playing. Here Nino Batsiashvili is thinking after bishop e3. Here the opponent has almost the same time. Nino Batsiashvili has 1 hour 18 minutes and Muzychuk Maria has 1 hour 16 minutes. On another board we have Muzychuk Anna thinking after Mary Arabidze's knight c5. Anna is thinking a little bit much today. She has 1 hour 10 minutes and they did only 11 moves. At the same time when Mary has 1 hour 25 minutes. Maybe Anna was not expecting this opening. This structure from Mary could be, but let's see. Of course the position for white is quite solid, so there is no worries about that. They are well developed. Nino started thinking much on last move after bishop e3. She is deciding what to do. Yes, there are multiple options for black. This is castle, this is d6, this is taking on d4 and then f6. There are multiple options. Let's see which one Nino will choose. Nothing is changing between Anna and Mary. Here we have Maria on the camera, as always calm and motivated. And yes, Nina did her move, she did castle, so we are considering that one of the option. Okay, dear chess friends, so we have openings done in the friendly champions match. Also, there will be the final results of round number 4 in Waltz Rapid. We will do the short break now and be back soon. Dear chess friends, we are back. We are back from Batumi. I will remind you who just joined us. We have two events here. This is world-friendly champions match between Ukrainian and Georgian female chess players from Ukraine. This is Muzychuk Anna, who is playing against Georgian Arabidze Mary, and Muzychuk Maria playing against Nino Batsiashvili. The players are playing 6 rounds each, 3 of them with the white colors, 3 of them with the black colors. Today we have round number 3. The first 2 rounds ended up with draw, both of them. And now we also have, of course, we have the World Rapid. In different age categories, open and the girl section. A couple minutes ago they ended up the round number 4, and soon after 10 minutes, around 10 minutes, they will start the round number 5. Until they start the rounds, we could go to the games of the champions match, and we start with Muzychuk Anna against Arabidze Mary. When we did the break, we had this situation where we had this situation where Anna played f4, e takes f4, rook takes f4, and bishop e6. As I told you, the position is very close to equal. Okay, I will pay your attention on this moment that if the black will play g5, yeah, they are doing the fork, attacking the rook and the knight on the same time. It's not dangerous for white, because if not anything else, knight f5 should be also enough, I believe so. That if black captures on f4, there will be queen g4 check, king f7. Here white has multiple options. They can play queen h5 check. Also, I think they can play queen g7 check. And on king e8. Oh, by the way, maybe it's not so clear. I was thinking to take on e7, and if the black will capture on e7, then the white captures. Black captures. White captures on c5, king f7, take on f8, king takes f8, and rook f1. I saw it as a big advantage for white in the endgame, but in this position, black has this move, right? And here is no chances to continue with the active attack. So let's take a look one more time on g5. What's going on g5? So knight f5 and take on f4. Seems like queen g4 has to be done, king f7. And here we have knight h6 check, and we have queen h5 check. Let's consider knight h6, king d8. The queen is hanging, so maybe queen h5 check. King d7. Okay, now white could capture on c5. Of course, they're gonna have here more than the compensation for the exchange. That's one of the possible options. Okay, anyway, here Mary decided to play bishop e6. And after that, Anna is thinking, as you see on the camera, Anna is thinking, okay, black does not have any kind of troubles from the opening, so the position is simply equal for them. And here we have Muzychuk Maria playing against Nino Batsiashvili. Muzychuk Maria is with white. And let's take a look what was happening until we went to this position. So here was castle, what we are considering. Maria played f4, take on d4, everything. So this was what we are considering, by the way. Queen takes d4 and d6. I'm not sure about d6. I think it's also possible to play b5. To keep the pawn on d7, not a problem. I will develop my bishop on b7. That's quite important detail. So maybe that was also possible. So anyway, Nino played d6, rook a d1, e5, queen f2. I think black will capture on f4, definitely. Yes, okay, what to say? The position is slightly better again, slightly better for white, but nothing special. Yes, and she captured on f4, as I was saying. Maria is thinking here. I mean, maybe she will take a while, but I can't see what is to consider here for white. So the only move, if we don't take back that f4 pawn, maybe knight d5, but in that case I will capture on g3. When you capture on c7, I'll capture on f2 with the check. King takes f2, rook b8. And if you capture on d6, I can develop my bishop. Even on e6 or maybe g4. I think e6 is enough. I don't think black has any special troubles here. Yes, Maria captured with the pawn. She captured with the pawn in this position. b5. b5 seems most obvious. Yeah? We need to develop the bishop, as the bishop could not be developed on e6 because of f5. Yes, if the black will play bishop e6, there will be f5, losing the material. Of course, the place for the bishop d7 and g4 is not comfortable, so b5 seems the best. And on knight d5, we can play queen a7. For example, b5, knight d5, and queen a7. Why not, actually? Why not? Okay, Anna did her move. We see it on the camera, but the move is not received yet to me. She played, as I see, she played queen e2. Yes, I have that move now. Queen e2. Honestly, I like black's position a little bit more. For example, if I play just king h8, after king h8, I'm creating the threat of g5. So you have to move your rook, and then I'll play rook f7. Those pair of the bishops are quite flexible and doing a great job. Okay, mostly maybe equal, but still, because of that pair of the bishops, I like black's position more. But it is more important how the opponents like their positions more than how do I like. It seems that the players will think here, they will take their time, so I'll go to the waltz rapid. Let's review that. I don't have the fifth round yet. So it will start in couple minutes, but before that I will announce the result of round number 4 and the situations there. So I will start with open section under 18. Here, after round number 4, 4 points out of 4 has Murzin Volodar, who is the rating favorite with a rating 25-54. He is the first number of the tournament. He is playing with the Tovmasyan Karen, who has 3.5 points. And then we have 3 pairs with 3 points. Open section under 16. 4 out of 4 for Piliposyan Robert, who is 5th seed in the starting rank. He has 4 points out of 4, and 2 players with 3.5. Second seed Kanov Nikola, and 6th seed Navumenka Mikhail. He has 3.5 points out of 4. And then there are 2 pairs of 3-pointers. By the way, on the board number 3 we have Georgian pair. This is Nemsadze David against Safarov Daniel. Let's go to the open section under 14. Here 4 points out of 4 has Dotzer Lucas. He's a 5th seed. He's the only guy with the 4 points out of 4. And then we have 3 players, 3.5 points out of 4. This is Ding Ho Kiet on the first board, who is playing with the white colors against Dotzer. And then we have 3.5 pointer Timoshenko and Vetokhin Sava with the 3.5 point. Open section under 12. After 5 rounds, we have 2 players with 4 points. This is with the black colors Dao Huang Dui. He is the first seed of the starting rank. He is playing against Ambartsumian Tihran, who is the 14th seed. Those players has 4 points out of 4, and then we have the 5 players with the 3.5 points. This is Moskvinov, Tolendinov, Kurdagia, and Temir Bekov. And 1 more player, this is Radzimsky Anton with the 3.5 points. Open section under 10. After 5 rounds, we have also 2 players with the 4 points. This is Banerjee Supratit, the player from Finland, if I'm not wrong, playing against Babelkin Kirill. Those players has 4 points out of 4. the player with the white color is a 5th seed, and the black color is seed number 27. Then we have 3 players with a 3.5 point. This is Obijonov Oryat, this is Bakirov Alhan, and Guo Ethan from US. Open section under 8. After the 4 rounds, we have 3 players with the 4 points. This is Gwen, the first number of the tournament, playing against Anetova Mirjan, number 11, and Muhammad Shayan with the 4 points also, playing against 3.5 Bashar Aikosha. Also, there is one player with one more player with the 3.5 points. This is Cheng Louis with the 3.5 points. This is the situation in open section. And in the girls section under 18, after 5 rounds, there is one player. Sorry, this is girls section under 8. With the 4 points out of 4, we have Sivanandan Bothana from England. This is a very strong, by the way, very strong player for her age and level. I think she has a very good future. She has 4 points out of 4. And she's also on the same time the first seed of the tournament starting rank. She is playing against 3-pointer Sharvanika from India, and here we have then 2 players from Georgia with the 3 points. Rekhviashvili Mariam playing against 3-pointer Divi Bijesh, and Saltkhutsishvili Sara with the 3 points playing against Guen Thi Huang. Girls under 10, after 4 rounds, we have 4 players with the 4 points. This is Milner Romi and Zavivaeva Kristina. That game will be exciting. I hope so. This game will be very important and also on the same time decisive, too decisive. Milner Romi is a white colors, having the rating 1693, and Zavivaeva Kristina 1407. Both of them has 4 points, and then we have 2 pairs of 3-pointers. This is Dograshvili Marta with the white from Georgia playing against Sebastianchuk Anastasia, and also Chiokadze Barbare playing against Berikizi Alanna. These are the 3-pointers coming on the board number 2 and 3. Girls section under 12. Here we have 4 points out of 4, 2 players. This is Beber Anya and Lethai Huang An. These are the only 2 players having the max points out of 4 rounds. And then we have a lot of players with the 3-pointers. One of them is Georgian Ashotia Barbare with white playing against Venskaya Nika. Venskaya, who is one of the favorites of this age section right now. Girls section under 14. Here we have 4 players with the 3.5 points out of 4. This is board number 1, Shukhmanana playing against Chukieva Maria, and Zubkovskaya Ekaterina playing against Nurgalieva Zarina. That will be a very interesting games. Girls section under 16. Here we have only 1 player with a 4 points out of 4. Who knows? Maybe she got 5 points out of 5. But for now, she has 4 points out of 4. She is first seed of the starting rank. This is Shvedova Alexandra playing against 3.5-pointer Doroshava Victoria. Then nobody has 3.5 points, and we have 2 pairs of the 3 points. This is Kvatua Mariam with the white from Georgia playing against Norman Ksenia, and Volchkova Alena against Momin Madina. These are the 3-pointers. And girls section 18. From the Oh, sorry. So after the 4 rounds, here we have 3.5 pointer Omonova Umida, and there is there is another player also with 3.5 points. This is Guen Hong. They are playing against the 3 pointers. Omonova is playing against Shohradova Lala, and then Guen is playing with the black colors against Polyakova Varvara. Of course, these games will be quite important games in this section. This is the situation after round number 4 in the World's Rapid. And now we can take a look at our games of our champions match. And Batsiashvili, Nino did her move here. Just a sec, we have some issues. So here we have Queen E2 and Mary is still thinking against Anna, and Muzichuk Maria against Batsiashvili Nino. Nino played bishop g4. So we were considering b5, but Nino played bishop g4. Somehow I liked the b5 more. Just simple rook d2 could be done, and I just don't understand what's the point of bishop g4. So maybe Nino is going to play rook d8, and after I h3 go back with the bishop on c8. But it seems to me a little bit passive. I think b5 and bishop b7, maybe it was a better idea. Okay, here Mary is still thinking. I will check if the World Rapids round number 5 started. Yes, it has started. Also, I have the open section games here. And we have Tovmasyan Karen playing against Murzin Volodar. Oops. Sorry, dear chess friends, we already have the result between Anna Muzichuk's and Mary Arbit's game, so we will be back in a couple minutes with our guests. you welcome again here.
Hello.
So I think our viewers already guessed that the game ended up with a draw, with a friendly draw. That's so. So we can go to the game and take a look what was happening there. So we have another e4, e5. The first round was the same e4, e5, right, as I remember. So the thing that you have changed, Anna, you captured on c6. That was not in the first round game.
Yeah, in the previous I played d3.
Yes, you played here d3. So you took on c6. Take knight d7. I had a feeling, Mary, that you were prepared on that.
Yeah, I was ready.
You were looking like too sure of what you were doing. What about this idea, knight h4 and f4? How usual or how important is it? Is it necessary? How necessary is it to play that knight h4 and f4?
Is the question to me?
Yes, to you.
I don't know, because instead of knight h4 I also considered plans with d4. Because sometimes black plays c5 to stop d4 and also to have c6 square for the knight for this reroute.
So it seems you decided knight h4 at the board.
Yeah, I started thinking somewhere here because there are a couple of plans for white and I was not sure what to do, but then like I didn't really like so much what I did. Maybe I should have done something else.
Okay, so knight h4, g6, knight c4, knight c5, f4, take. Mary, what's going on g5?
Yeah, there's knight f5, I think.
Take on f4?
Queen g4 and queen h5.
Let's take a look at this.
Yeah.
Queen g4, king f7.
And queen h5. And king e6, knight g7.
King e6, knight g7, king d7,
Queen f5.
queen f5, checkmate.
Yeah.
If then king goes on g8,
Knight h6, yeah.
No, maybe knight e7 and bishop c5.
Yeah, also, yeah.
knight e7 and bishop c5, correct.
So g5 doesn't work.
So bishop e6, and queen e2.
Yeah.
And that's all.
That's all?
No, because
Yeah, we are so with, okay, actually I was considering here quite long to play king h8 or rook f7, so maybe king h8.
yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't like that too many pieces in my position are kind of hanging, so
They are
So
not
I
kind of
consider
connected
bishop
to each other.
c4, bishop c4, this and bishop d6 or knight
Here?
d6. Yeah,
Bishop c4.
d6. Maybe knight d6 with idea bishop c5 or bishop d6.
But anyway, the position seems very close to equal.
Yeah.
Okay, I was considering king h8 and then
yeah,
just rook
it's-
f7.
I don't know.
So
Because
king
king
h8.
h8, I thought maybe some ideas like rook a to f1.
No, maybe g5. No,
G5
is a
is
straight.
not hanging.
Yeah,
Hanging.
g5, rook f5, but then
so
you can play like knight a4 or b6. I mean, you are not obliged to take material immediately.
So what's going on first of all if we take here?
Okay, then bishop c5, and, well, some compensation. Bishop e7. Rook takes.
Has to be the compensation. Right?
yeah.
Has to be. So you were saying, Anna, to go with the knight?
Knight a4 or b6, I don't know.
A4?
Yeah, this one or b6 just to protect the knight.
No, the knight is hanging. At the same time, the rook.
Yeah, so maybe I had to do something else. I mean, instead of rook
Yeah.
a to f1.
Okay, you can play just rook f3, for example.
Rook f3, then
Bishop
yeah,
g4
or
is-
rook f1, and if black takes
Bishop g4.
But there's bishop c4 and knight e4.
Yeah, and then rook a to d1, queen e8, and after bishop h6 there is bishop c5. So
what move to consider here?
also
Alright.
after bishop d4, bishop c5.
Wait, on rook f2 is bishop takes c4, right?
Yeah, rook f1 is maybe, but still bishop c4, it takes c4, knight e4.
And rook d1 and bishop d4 then.
But then queen e8 and bishop c5.
And bishop h6 and bishop
Also
c5.
bishop
So,
c5.
Seems like we can be pawn up.
so king h8 was a strong move.
It seems like that. Seems like that.
No, because to be honest, instead of queen e2, I wanted to play knight a5, but
d4 is not possible here. After king h8.
d4, yeah, I saw that, but d4 maybe g5.
G5, right? Some troubles for white. See what else could we do here?
Maybe queen e2. Some good move. b3 or knight d2 was better.
Instead of queen e2?
Yeah.
I actually thought knight a5 here, but then I didn't like f5, it takes e5, bishop g5. And I couldn't calculate the consequences.
So many things hanging.
Yeah, but like all my pieces are all over the board, and
Yeah.
so
No connection between each other. Could be. So it seems like king h8 was not the move that you consider, maybe.
No, I considering just bishop c4.
Okay, so this is what it is. Tomorrow you have a rest day. I wish you a good rest. And see you the day after tomorrow. And dear friends, we will be back soon. And we are back again. As you see, the one game from the Champions friendly match has ended. That's Anna Mozichuk was playing with the white colors against Maria Rabidze. They ended up with the draw. And now we can go to another game. This is Mozichuk Maria against Patsiashvili Nino. And this is the position that we are having on the board. It seems to me that blacks are in trouble. That bishop g4, as I already told you, I think was not the best decision in this position. We are considering b5, right? And on knight d5 to play queen a7. It seems more flexible for black because as I already said, it's not the place for the bishop on g4, either on d7. So I think it was better to develop the bishop from the b7. After rook d3, queen c5, h3, and it seems that the bishop has to go back on c8. Where else? Nino is thinking quite much. She has 32 minutes on the board and only 18 moves she played. Okay, she did bishop h5. She did bishop h5. It does not seem good to have the bishop there. I think the position is just advantage for white. So what to consider? I think we have to consider queen takes c5. Take on c5 and knight d5. That has to be advantage for white. Not a decisive one, but from the mostly equal position, when the black goes to this, it seems to me the position here is worse than it was a couple moves ago. So in this moment, Maria is thinking. I think she will take her time here. So let's go and review the games from the World's Rapid. I will start with the open section under 18. Here on the first board we have Tovmasyan Karen against Murzin Volodar, where Murzin won his game here and he has 5 points out of 5. On the next board we had Grebnev against Rostomyan, where Grebnev also won. Open section under 16. Here, unfortunately, I don't have any moves on the board. As on the second board also, I have only 2 moves. We have some connection issues. Okay, open section under 14. On the first board, Ding Ho won against Dotzer Lucas, and Ding Ho is leading the tournament. Second board, Timoshenko against Vetokhin. Here Vetokhin Sava won the game. Here we have another strong player, Uskov Artyom against Khvost Alexandr, where Uskov won his game. Open section under 12. Ambartsumian lost against Tao Huang on the first board. On the second board, Moskvinov against Turlendinov draw. And Kurdagia won against Temirbekov Taimas. That's the game ended up with a checkmate. That was the position. E2 check, king f2, rook f4. Okay, the position was losing anyway. And white won. Open section under 10. Banerjee Supratit won against Babakin Kirill, and Banerjee is leading the tournament. On the second board, Obijonov Batirov draw. Let's go to the girls section. Girls section under 18. Omonova won her game and she is leading the tournament. If Nguyen did not win her game, let's take a look. Nguyen did draw, so it means Omonova is leading the tournament. On the third board, Gasparian Lomaya ended up with a draw. Girls section under 16. Shvedova won against Doroshava Victoria and Shvedova is leading the tournament. Second board, Gvatua against Norman Ksenia draw. Girls under 14. Shukhman won, so she is leading the tournament. Zubkovskaya also won against Nurgalieva, so Zubkovskaya and Shukhman are leading the tournament. Also, for the next player, there is Kirtadze Anastasia from Georgia, who won her game also on the board number 3. Girls section under 12. On the first board, Beber lost against Tai Hoang, and Tai Hoang is leading the tournament. Preobrazhenskaya lost against Aidogan Aria. And Ashotia Barbara against Venskaya Nika drew in this position. But how it is draw, that's difficult to believe. So how it is draw? It has to be winning for white. And just king g6, game over. Maybe we have the wrong result here. Could be that we have the wrong result. That will be the excellent victory from Ashotia, as we know that the Venskaya is one of the favorites in the tournament. Girls under 10. Milner Romi against Zavivaiva, and Zavivaiva won this game and leading the tournament. Dograshvili won against Sevastianchuk Anastasia. That's a great victory for Dograshvili. So this is it. This is it. We can go back to Muzichuk Maria and Batsiashvili Nino's game. We see that Maria is thinking. Now I will try to see the results of World's Rapid after round number 5. We don't have the results yet. It means that some of the games are in progress. Okay, so here we are considering queen takes c5, and I think we also have to consider rook e3 to don't trade the rook, queens, and keep the d6 pawn as a weakness for black. Maybe rook e3 also makes sense. Could be. There are multiple options. White also could play knight d5, but somehow I feel like queen c5 has to be the best. Take and knight d5. I like this position. So no, Maria played knight d5. She played knight d5 immediately. Also, this is one of the possible options that we are considering. Just knight d5 without taking on c5. The black's position is tough. D6 pawn is weak. Also, bishop on h5 is not the best piece. Also, they are missing the space. White's position is definitely with advantage. Okay, not a decisive one, but the white has a clear advantage on the board. Nino is having a difficult game today. She also has 13 minutes for 20 moves to do till the end of the first control. Today she's in troubles. It's very difficult to suggest here something for black. Different moves could be done, like rook c8, and okay, I think the reasonable will be to play f5 to try to change the type of the position, to try to survive in some complicated lines and make it more complicated. Yes, we know when something goes wrong, it's always good to make it complicated. I think that f5 move is not the bad move for black. More, it is a good chance to make the position complicated. Obviously, it will not be working, but anyway, to create some troubles to the opponent. So, for example, f5. Actually, I don't like that white can simply take on c5, take on c5 and e5. This is what I don't like. So now I'm forced to play c4, otherwise I will be too stacked. And then b5, yes, something like that. c4 and then b5. Try to stay like that. Try to do like that. Otherwise, the position is just bad. It's just bad for black. Tough decision to do for Nino. Also, time is not too much. It's not too much time for her. She's limited. Okay, we have the results of the World Rapid after the round number 5, so I will announce you those results. I will start with the open section under 18. After 5 rounds, here we have Murzin Volodar, who is the first number of the tournament with 5 points out of 5. The next is Grebnev Alexei, who is the second seed, and he has 4 points out of 5. It is, of course, the main game and the board. Main game and most important game in the tournament, I think so, as the Murzin has 5 points, then only Grebnev has 4 points, and then we have 6 players with 3.5 points. Open section under 16. Here we don't have a results yet. Here we don't have a results yet. Open section under 14. Here we have the results. So here 4.5 points out of 5. Vetokhin, Sava and Ding Ho, they have 4.5 points. Then we have 4 pointers. Dotzer Lucas, who is playing against Vetokhin, and Uskov Artyom are playing against Ding Ho. I think this is the main game in this section. Very important game, and let's see how it goes. On the third board, we have another 4 pointer playing against the 3.5 pointer Georgadze from Georgia, and with white Rustemov with 4 points out of 5. Open section under 12. Here we don't have a results done yet. Open section under 10, no results there also. And open section under 8. Here 5 points out of 5. And Gwen Hutt. 4.5 pointers, 2 players, Bashar, Aikoja and Cheng Lois. These are the 4.5 pointers out of 5. Girls section under 18. Here we have no results yet. Girls section under 16 the same. Girls section under 14. Here we have the results. Here 4.5 point out of 5. This is Zubkovskaya Ekaterina playing against Shukhman Anna. Both of them has 4.5 points, and there is 2 players with the 4 points. This is Kirtadze Anastasia with black playing against Chukueva Maria with a 3.5 point, and Tsetskladze Mariam with the 4 points and white colors playing against Tamirbakova Leila. We have also 3.5 pointer there. On the board number 4, Diasamidze Lulu from Georgia is playing against Mkchan Anahit from Armenia. This is the situation in the girls section under 14 and girls section under 12. Here 5 points out of 5. We have Lethai Hoang An playing against Ashotia Barbare. So yes, if you remember, I was talking about Ashotia Barbare in that Pons End game where the result we had is a draw, but okay, she won. That was the obvious from the position that she was winning. So that's right. She actually won. She has 4 points. This is a player from Georgia, and of course, it pays our higher attention. So she's playing on the first board against Let Hai Huang, who is playing an excellent tournament. Let's see what happens there. Then we have 3 players with the 4 points. On the second board, Aidogan Aria is playing against Altinbek Ayaru. And another 4 pointer, Beber Ania, goes down to the 3.5 pointer, Hikmat Hanova, who has 3.5 points. Girls section under 10. 5 points out of 5. Here we have Zavivaeva Kristina playing against Dograshvili Marta. Marta is also from Georgia. She has 4 points out of 5, and this is a very important game for her. And with the 4 points, next board, this is Berikizi Alana against Milner Romi. Girls section under 8. Five points out of 5. Here we have Sivananthan Bodhana, who is actually the favorite of the tournament, and she's also the first seed in the starting rank. She's playing against Divi Bijesh. That will be a quite interesting game, quite important, as the first and the second ranked players are playing between each other. On the second board, we have Sobirova playing against Khatskoutsishvili Sara, who is also from Georgia, and she has 4 points, and her opponent with the white colors, Sobirova, also has 4 points. And on the third board, we already have the 3 pointers. This is Husnutinova and Rekhviashvili Mariam. This is the girls section under 8, so they need a while until they start the round. Now we can go to our champions match, where Nino Batsiashvili is going to play the move, and she played rook a8. That is a move that we are considering, but on the same time we are saying that maybe f5 makes more sense. Maybe f5 makes more sense to make the position a little bit more complicated. White can simply play c3. That's the easiest decision. Simple move. Also they can play rook d2, but somehow c3 looks more sympathetic, right? So I don't think that Maria will take too long on that move, and she will play it quite soon. So we will stay on this game. Yes, she played c3 as it was expected. c3. And still nothing good is happening for black. Quite difficult position. It is difficult because there is no counterplay and clear plan for black what to do next. The pieces are not connected to each other, like bishop on h5 and knight g6 is on the king side, queen c5, rook c8 on the queen side. They have no connection between each other, they are not helping each other, and this is of course a kind of problem for black. Also they have the weakness on d6. Taking on f2 and going to the endgame will be also very tough. On the same time, some f5s are hanging with the knight e7 check. Okay, in total, blacks are in trouble, and I will be surprised. Okay, not surprised, but the result, if Nino could survive this game and do the draw, it will be kind of, yes, surprising, because the position is too tough. On the same time, we have to pay our attention on the time trouble. Okay, it's not actually the time trouble for now, but soon it will be, as Nino has 23 minutes and she has to do the 20 moves in that 23 minutes. And I want to pay your attention that those 20 moves is the decisive part, will be the decisive and too difficult part for black. That's why we can say that Nino is kind of in time trouble already. And the position is also very difficult to play. It's very difficult to make any decisions, where to find and look for your chances here, because obviously there is no chances. That's why I was saying here f5 actually. f5, at least after f5 there will be couple moves to play in a row easily. I mean, there will be the simple moves to do, clear moves to do, and for black, and there will be the decision on the white side what to do and how to keep your advantage on the board. So from the psychological point of view, I think that f5 was just necessary to play there with black. Maybe it's not the best move, definitely. Obviously the white has the advantage, and later they should have the advantage also after f5, but it will be easy move to play for black, at least saving the time. After rook c8, the position is the same, yeah, what I'm trying to say. After rook a c8, c3, the position is the same. So we spend about 10 minutes on rook a c8, nothing has changed, and now the same problems are happening. The position is absolutely the same, and now we have to think again what to do. I think you got what I mean. So from the practical point of view, maybe f5 was better. She played f6. Okay. Passive defense, it's difficult to say what was better, but passive defense will not be for a long time. It's very difficult to hold this position with the passive defense without any counterplay. And Maria is quite experienced chess player, of course. Too experienced, even we can say that she will do her best in this game. to don't give any chance to the opponent. Step by step, they can improve their position. Like playing rook d4, then rook e d1, a4 later. Step by step, they have no rush, right? Too difficult position, I have to repeat, but this is a fact. Now Maria will take a time to think which way to go, how to press the position more. I don't think that she will play soon because there are different options here to continue with white. As I said already, rook d4 looks like a good move. a4 immediately is possible. So, sorry, when I say rook d4, rook e d1 is not possible later because bishop is controlling that square, but okay, after rook d4 and a4, they can play rook b4. This is very interesting plan, and I will keep my rook on e1 to support the e4 pawn. Yeah, not easy to play at all, not easy to play at all. And we can mention it on Nino's face also, so she's not appreciating with her position at all. We can see that she is in actual trouble. She is thinking on the opponent's turn to save the time. Yes, rook d4 seems to me the best move in this position. Will be a long and difficult game. It's definitely like that. Difficult game mostly for Nino Vatsiashvili. So we have the break in the World Rapid also between the 5th and the 6th round. They have 2 more rounds to play today. So we will do the short break until Maria is thinking, and we will be back soon. friendly champions match. One game is already over with draw, and we have another game here. Maria Muzichuk playing against Nino Batsiashvili. We can go to that game to review it. The final position for now, we have f5, done a last move from black. And as we are saying, the position is difficult for Nino. She has 13 minutes and she has 16 moves to do before the first control. So let's take a look at the last moves that happened here. f6, king g3, rook e8, bishop g2 and f5. Okay, I think white could do just rook de3, for example. The black capture on e4, white captures, black captures, white captures. The position is very difficult for black. It's clear advantage for white. They have the much more active pieces, much more flexible, mostly the d5 knight, and also bishop on g2 soon will be a very strong piece. Rook could attack the queen side with rook b4, very difficult position, I'll tell you straightly in advance. But Maria is thinking after f5, okay, that f5 I was suggesting a couple moves ago, so Nino did that now. Maybe it's a little bit late, but still, it's better to look for some chances than to stay in the passive defense. Until Maria is thinking, we review the world rapid. I will start with the open section, round number 6 in progress. On the first board, open section under 18. Here we have Murzin Volodar, who is leading the tournament against the Grebnev Alexei. Here we have just an opening with mostly equal position on the board. Nothing so important is happening. On the next board we have Tsaruk Maxim against Galajian Armen. Here we are also having the opening with a mostly equal position. Open section under 16, round number 6. On the first board we have Navumenka Michael against Piliposian Robert, with the slightly better position for white. Second board we have Nemsadze David playing against Alexanian David. I will take a look at the situation in the tournament, as when we reviewed it last time the results were not there, so it's very interesting what is the situation there connected to the points of the opponents. So on the first board we have Navumenka with 4.5 points out of 5 and Piliposian 5 points out of 5. On the second board, Nemsadze David has 3.5 and he is playing against Alexanian, who has 4 points. So this is quite important and decisive game. On the third board we have 3.5 pointers, where we have Safarov Daniel from Georgia with 3.5 points playing against the Kanov Nikola with 3.5 points. This is a position we have right now on the second board between Nemsadze David and Alexanian David. Let's take a look what was happening there. That was Alekhine defense. Okay, it's a clear advantage for white. Clear advantage for white from the opening. Then we have the third board where Safarov Daniel playing against Kanov Nikola. Well, the position is quite complicated from the Sicilian defense with the equal chances. Open section under 14. Here we have Vetokhin Sava against Dotzer Luka. Vetokhin is leading the tournament. And the position is very close to equal, but Vetokhin has an advantage on time. He has 11 minutes against 8 minutes. Next board is Uskov Artyom against Ding Ho. Uskov is trying to be extra active. You see the 5 pawns on the 4th rank. And he is having the slightly better position. On the 3rd board, we have Rustemov against Giorgadze. After c5, when the blacks are pushing c5 in these kind of positions, they are mostly equalizing, so the position is very equal to, very close to equal. Open section under 12. On the 1st board, we have Dao playing against Radzimski. That's one of the important games. Seems like Radzimski has a equal position here with black. But white also has the c4 square for their knight. Okay, slightly better chances for white here. Next board we have Moskvinov against Kurdagia. With a quite complicated position. But Kurdagia has a time advantage. He has 13 minutes against the opponent's 7 minutes. And open section under 10. Here we have Kakavand with white playing against Banerjee Supratit, who is playing an excellent tournament. He is a favorite, he is leading the tournament, and the position is maybe even slightly better for black. But very close to equal, let's say the truth. On the 2nd board, we have Sklokin Sergei against Obijonov Oriat. Last move was d takes e4. Also very complicated with the better chances for white. Girls section under 18. Here we have no games yet. We have games in the girls section under 16. We have Volchkova Alena playing against Shvedova Alexandra. The position is very complicated. Difficult to say anything. The next board is Norman against Dorashava. Last move was knight takes c6. The position is very close to equal, even it smells like a draw if I am not, and the opponent is not missing bishop d6 move. No, so black takes on c6, bishop d6, and black could capture on a4. Yeah, maybe with slightly better chances for white. On the 3rd board we have Khachatryan against Gvatua Mariam, with a very complicated position and equal chances for the players. Girls section under 14. Here we have Zubkovskaya with white playing against Shukhman. close to equal. Then we have Chukoeva against Kirtadze Anastasia. I think here black has an advantage. And on the third board we have another Georgian, Tsetskladze against Tabermakova, where the position seems equal. Girls section under 12. Led Hai Huang playing against Ashotia Barbare. And the white has a clear advantage here. Second board, Aydogan against Altinbek. The game is over. Here Altinbek won the game. Girls under 10. We have Zavivaeva against Dograshvili, where Zavivaeva is having a very big advantage. She's a pawn up. Then we have Berikizi Alana against Milner Romi. Milner Romi has an advantage here with the black. So this is a situation of the round number 6. Now we'll be back to the Muzichuk Marias and Nino Batsiashvili's game. So in that position we see that Maria played rook e3, not rook de3, where Nino captured on e4 with the pawn. And Maria captured with a bishop. And still nothing much is changing. The position for black is quite difficult. Nino has 11 minutes and 14 moves left to the first control. She did the move, and that move, it seems to me, is knight f8. if it is knight f8, that I don't have it yet, but it seems like it is knight f8, then I think here whites are gaining some material with knight b6, rook c7, bishop d5 check, king h8, take on e8, take on e8, and bishop f3. The whites are just gaining the d6 pawn. Yeah, then in that case, white's advantage is increasing. Let's see if Maria will find this. Maria has an excellent chance, to get the material advantage here. The pawns are hanging. After knight b6, the d6 pawn is hanging immediately. So, for example, after knight b6, instead of rook c7, if the black will play rook b8, then we can just capture this. It's also possible on rook c7, but I think on rook c7 it is better to do first this and then take that pawn. Yeah, because if we take this pawn immediately, maybe they have some rook e7, and on bishop d5 they have some bishop f7. And black has more chances to survive here compared to this position. And this is even worse for black. I don't think that Maria will take too much time here, and she will play that knight b6, which seems very obvious and also the simple move. We can see on Nino's face that she's in trouble. And of course Maria played knight b6 as we are talking about that move, that she will do it quite quickly. It's not a difficult move, and she did knight b6. Big troubles for black. We already considered rook c7. We already considered rook b8. Actually, there is no more reasonable moves here to consider for black. And in both of the options, whites are increasing their advantage. They are getting the material advantage. Rook c7. Rook c7 is a better chance that maybe white will capture on d6, and there we have some chances for black to survive. Rook d6 immediately also makes sense. Of course, we're a pawn up there with white, but bishop d5 seems to me a little bit better, as there will be no pin anymore on the board. So, for example, if the white will capture on d6, black could do also bishop f7. Unpleasant pin there on e file. Nothing special, but I just think that bishop d5 check is giving more advantage here. Bishop d5 and taking on e8 and then bishop e3 is quite a tricky and technical move. Let's see if Maria will go on that. Because from other side the pawn is just ready and you can just capture it. And it is very difficult to refuse that proposal. Interesting moment. Will Maria play bishop d5 or she will just take on d6? The fact that she is thinking it already gives us the thoughts that she is considering bishop d5 check. Anna is taking her time, thinking quite much for this moment, but it is decisive moment, of course, to keep going and getting more and more advantage and don't get less. You know, that's important moment. Now Maria has 15 minutes and Nino has 11 minutes. So Maria does not have any big advantage on time, but she has a big advantage on the board. I think that bishop d5 has to be done. If she thinks so much, then she has to play bishop d5. Yeah, otherwise rook d6 is a move that you will play just immediately. But if you start thinking, then of course bishop d5 is a move that you will be much glad to play. No. Knight c4. That's something new. That's something new. This we were not considering at all. This is what Maria was thinking about. Nice to see the move like that. Of course, it's always nice to see the unusual moves happening on the board. Knight c4. Okay, that's definitely the fact that black could not capture on c4 because of bishop d5 check. Yeah, very tough situation. I can't say that knight c4 is less than bishop d5 there or rook takes d6. Maybe rook takes e4 makes sense. Take on e4, bishop g6 and knight takes d6, rook d7 and king f3. Maybe here we have some chances with black to survive. Not much, but okay. At least to do something. Otherwise, the white just wants to capture on d6. The position will be too okay. Very difficult position to play. Very difficult position to play for black. Definitely Nino is in troubles. She took on e4, of course it's the best option for black. Maria took back and bishop g6 has to be done for sure, and knight d6 is also the obvious move. Maybe knight d2. Maybe knight d2 is also possible. But it's just a free pawn there. Knight takes d6. Nino is going to play rook d7. This is what we are considering. This is exactly what we are considering. And king f3 for white. King f3 makes sense. Okay, technically the position is winning. Let's see if Maria will do that at the board. The position obviously is winning. Rook d4 is possible. King f3 is possible. Different options are possible here. King f3. This is exactly what we are saying. Take on e4, take with the king. What to say? The blacks are just pawn down and the position technically is losing. Nino will do her best to create the troubles, but it will be very difficult as obviously the position is losing. It seems like will be the long game. It will be a long game, as it's not like just winning for white. Nino will do her best, of course, but obviously white will celebrate the victory in this game. So now we can do the short break, dear chess friends, and we will be back with the end of this game and also the last round in the World Rapid for today. It will be round number 7. See you soon. We are back, dear chess friends. We have the end game of the game between Muzychuk Maria and Batsiashvili Nino. This is a tournament, friendly tournament, the champions match between Ukraine and Georgia. The first game ended with draw between Anna Muzychuk and Mary Arabidze, and now we are having another game between Muzychuk Maria and Nino Batsiashvili. We left the game on this moment after knight c4. Later in the game was take on e4, take on e4, bishop g6, take here. Just a sec, there was some more moves played there. Yes, here we are. So after king f3, here rook d7, king f3, take on e4, knight e6, b4, king f8, h4, f3, f5, king e3, knight e4. Yes, the position is almost losing for black. This will be, if the white win this game, it will be the first result in our match out of 6 games. So 3 games was played by Anna Muzychuk and Mary Arabidze. They drew all of the games. As well, Nino Batsiashvili and Muzychuk Maria drew 2 games, and this is the game number 3 where Maria is winning her game. Game number 3. I will remind you that tomorrow they have the rest day, but we are not resting. Tomorrow we will broadcasting the World's Rapid last day of the World's Rapid. I mean last day. They have to play 4 rounds there. This is round number 8, 9, 10 and 11 happening there tomorrow. And also I will announce that after the World Rapid there is a 1 day rest, and the day after tomorrow they start the Blitz. So tomorrow we have a rest day in the Champions match, and the day after tomorrow we have the rest day in the World Rapid when they switch to the Blitz. But as I told you, we are not resting. Tomorrow we have only a World Rapid for broadcasting, and the day after tomorrow we have only friendly champions match for broadcasting. Here Nino played the move. She took on d3, that I don't have it on the board yet here. She took on d3, what I see on camera. She took on d3, Maria took on d3, and knight e5 check. As I told you, the position is technically just losing for black. Maria answered with king e3. And Nino played king e7. Knight c5 is gaining another pawn, actually. They did 14 moves and the time was added, another half an hour to each. Okay, now I think Maria will take a time as she has knight c5. On the same time she has h5 as an option, so she will discuss which way to go and which way to choose. Before that, let's take a look at the World's Rapid round number 6. I will start with the open section under 18. Here we have Murzin against Grebnev. Murzin had 5 out of 5. He did draw this game, so he has 5.5 out of 6. Next board, here we have Tsaruk against Galajan, where Tsaruk won his game. Open section under 16. Here Navumenka against Piliposian drew. Piliposian has 5.5 points. And with the white, Nemsadze won against Alexanian, so Nemsadze is also in the leaders. This is very nice to see, as you know that he is a Georgian chess player. Third board, Safarov against Kanov Nikola, where the difference between the rating was quite much, with an advantage for black, but the game ended up with a draw. Open section under 14. Here Vetokhin somehow lost his game against Dotzer Lucas. Let's take a look how it happened, because it was like okay for white. They just blundered the pawn on c3 and blunder another pawn. Yeah, this is just a clear blunder. Oh my god. He blundered on e7 also, and the position was just losing. Yes, it is. So Vetokhin is not leading the tournament already. Uskov was playing against D. They drew. And Rustemov against Georgadze Georgi, which is also the Georgian guy. It shows to me that the black won, but I don't think they won with the queen g2. So maybe another move was played there. Open section under 12. On the first board, Dao won his game. Anyway, he won against Randzimsky, and he is leading the tournament. Moskvinov also won against Kurdagia. Open section under 10. Kakavant won against Banerjee. Banerjee, who was winning the, not winning, leading the tournament. Now the situation there became quite unclear in the tournament. Sklokin also won against Obijonov Oryat. So quite unexpected results we have here in the open section under 10. Let's go to the girls section under 12. Unfortunately, under 18, unfortunately, I don't have these games, so maybe some issues. I have games under 16 girls. Volchkova with white lost against Shvedova. Shvedova seems like is going to win the tournament, but let's see. They have 5 more rounds to play. Norman against Dorashava Victoria. Here Norman won, and she's also in the leaders. Khachaturian won against Kvatova. What an unusual ending here. Rook b8, queen takes e5. If it is a blunder, this is a very huge blunder. Okay, let's go to the girls 14. Here Zubkovskaya lost against Shukhman. Also a strange, also strange, the rook b6, and if the black just captures on b6, they just blunder the rook. Okay, in time trouble, everything is possible. On the second board, Chukueva against Kirtadze. Kirtadze won her game and she is in leaders. Tsetskladze also won against Tabirmakova, so the Georgians are doing quite well this section. Let's go to the girls 12. Here Lethai Hoang won against Ashotia, and Lethai is leading the tournament. Aydogan lost against Altinbek. Girls section that was under 12. Now let's go under 10. Here Zavivaeva won against Ogarashvili and Zavivaeva is leading the tournament. Milner Romi lost another game here. Berikizi Alana won. So these are the results of the round number 6. Soon the round in about 7 minutes, round number 7 will start. Until that, let's go back to our champions. And Maria played h5. Instead of knight c5, she played just h5. Okay, it seems like it's the best move for white. They are just making opponent without any counterplay, as after knight c5, b6. So for example here, knight c5 was an option, of course, but after knight c5, b6, knight takes a6, maybe some king f6, and some headache for white. So after h5, blacks are without any counterplay at all, in a very passive position. So the position is losing, as I already talked about that. The position seems like losing. It doesn't seem like, I mean, it is actually losing, a very big advantage for white. It's very difficult to suggest anything here for black. Okay, I will announce, until we have a time, I will announce the situation in the World's Rapid after the round number 6. I will start with the open section under 18. So 5.5 points for Murzin Volodar from the 6 rounds, after the 6 rounds, and then there are the plenty players of the with the 4.5 points out of 6. This is Homadov, this is Grebnev, this is Tsaruk, and this is Sahakyan. All of them has 4.5 points out of 6. Open section under 16. The situation after 6th round. 5.5 point has 1 player out of 6. This is Piliposyan, and 1 player with the 5 points. So Piliposyan with the 5.5 points is playing against Nemsadze David, who has 4.5 points, and he is the only one who has the whole 4.5 points out of 6. This is the first board, and second board, 4-pointers. Tribuk Artyom is playing against Navumenka Mikhail, who has 5 points out of 6. By the way, Tribuk Artyom is a 3rd seed of the starting rank, and Navumenka is 6th seed. It will be an interesting game. So, open section under 14. After the 6th round, there is 2 players with 5 points. This is Dinho and Dotzer Lucas. They are playing against the 4.5 points opponent. So Dotzer is playing against Agasarov, and Din is playing against Fam. And there are some other players. There are 2 more pairs with 4.5 points. This is Averin against Vetokhin, and Georgadze playing against Kiladze. Both of them has 4.5 points. Open section under 12. After 6 rounds, 6 points out of 6 has Dao Huang, who was the 1st seed in the ranking, starting rank. And there are 3 other players with 5 points. So on the first board, Yeganegi is playing against Dao on the first board, and on the second board we have the pair of the players with the 5 points. This is Ambartsumyan playing against Moskvinov. Open section under 10. Here we have 6 players with the 5 points. This is Banerjee playing against Klokin. Second board, Balanandan playing against Kakavand. And then we have Bulgak playing against Babelkin on the third board. All of them has 5 points. Open section under 8. After the 6 rounds, 5.5 point for Bashar Aikoja, and 5 players with the 5 points. So on the first board, Nabiev with 5 points playing against Bashar. Then we have Nguyen 5 points against Muhammad. And then we have Matevosyan also 5 points against Anetov. This is the open section. Now let's go to the girls section. I start with the girls section under 18. After the 6 rounds here, 5.5 points has Omonova Umida, who is playing against the Georgian Lomaya Diana, who has only 3.5 points. On the second board, also 3.5 points player Zelentsova is playing against Guen Hong, who has 4.5, and there is one more player with the 4 points. This is Shohradova Lala, who is playing with the black colors against Mihailich Vesna. Girls section under 16. After 6 rounds, Shvedova has 6 points out of 6, and she is very close to win this tournament. She is playing against the 4-pointer opponent. This is Hachatrian Mariam, and only one player has 4.5 points, Norman Ksenia, who is with black colors playing against Guo Ella, who has 4 points out of 6. Girls section under 14. Here, after 6 rounds, we have Shukhman Anna with 5.5 points playing against Kirtadze Anastasia, who has 5 points out of 6. On the second board, we have Nurgalieva Zarina playing against Setskladze Mariam, who also has 5 points. Nurgalieva has 4.5 points. Here on the third board, we have one more pair with 4.5 points. This is Mkrtchan Anahit against Zubkovskaya Ekaterina. Both of them has 4.5 points. Girls section under 12. Here, after 6 rounds, 6 points, Led Hai Huang. Playing on the first board, this is like a we discovered that player. She was number 17 in the starting rank, and she is leading the tournament without any doubts. For now, she has 6 points out of 6. Then it comes a 5-pointer. This is Altinbek Aru playing against Beber Anya on the second board, and on the third board and the rest of the boards there are 3 pairs of 4-pointers. Here the third board is Preobrazhenskaya Diana playing against Venskaya Nika. Girls section under 10. After the 6th round, 6 points out of 6, Zavivaeva Kristina is playing with the black colors against Isakhanian Nare. On the second board, we have Zhumanbaeva Alia playing against Berikizi Alana. Alana has 5 points, Zhumanbaeva has 4 points, and there are a couple more pairs with 4 points. Girls section under 8. After the 6th round, 6 points out of 6 has Sivanandan Bodhanav. She was a favorite player from the beginning, and she is leading the tournament with 6 points out of 6. Next player is Sobirova Mumtoz Begim, who has 5 points. So on the first board, Sivanandan is playing against Saltskutsishvili Sara, who is a Georgian player, and let's see what's gonna happen there. It's a very interesting game. On the second board we have Huznutinova playing with the 4 points, playing against the Sobirova, who has 5 points out of 6. So this is a situation after the 6th round in the Waltz Rapid. The rounds are just to start. And now let's take a look again to Muzichuk Maria's game against Nino Batsiashvili after h5. The game was h6, a4, b6, and king d4. Okay, the position is like no comments. It is just a losing. Here Nino played knight g4. It seems like any of the moves from the white side is winning the game. It could be c4, the first what comes to my head, also b5, or just king d5 also makes sense, but c4 seems like more obvious to me. Yeah, the position is absolutely losing. The chances that Maria will miss this position is kind of 0.0000 and so on. I don't see what Maria... Yes, Maria played c4. She played c4. It is the most obvious and the simple move to do. Tough to say any. King d7. King d7, this is what Nino played. Yes, I don't think that the game will continue too long. It will be over soon. Again, the white has multiple options. c5 seems to me the best. c5 is gaining another pawn there. Maria has different options, but she is still thinking, double checking those options. So the options are b5 to play, also c5 to play. Both of them make sense. Even the move like knight c3 and putting the knight on d5 makes sense. But why not c5? Why not c5? Now, if the black captures, then knight c5 and a6 pawn is hanging. On the same time, the check on the board. And if the black will play b5, then white just captures, capture, and knight d6. Completely losing. Knight f6, that counterplay is too late. Knight takes h5 and maybe knight c3. Or maybe not knight c3. Knight d6 is also possible, but knight c3, that's a possible option, definitely. And then just b5, nobody will stop those pawns, they are just promoting. But anyway, let's see what Maria will play here. Maria continues thinking. Maybe she's already double, triple checking the lines, because usually when it is a moment that you see that you are winning the game, you can think a little bit more than regularly. c5, again c5, we are on the same mind after c5, and the position will be just winning for white. I don't think that something important gonna happen in this game anymore. But anyway, let's see how it ended up, and we will be back already with guests today. And now we do a short break, and see you soon. Okay, dear chess friends, we are back. I am Grandmaster Valeri Gaprindashvili, and we continue broadcasting from the friendly champions match between Georgian and Ukrainian female players. We have here Maria Muzichuk playing against Nino Batsiashvili. Since we were not here, they played a couple moves, so we had this is the last position we had. You will see it soon. Yes, here we are. King d7 was the last move that Nino played. After that, Maria decided to play b5. Well, we are considering c5, but b5 is also winning, of course. A takes b5, a takes b5, and this is a moment where Nino is thinking. But no, as I see on the camera, she played king c8 move. She played king c8, so the biggest trouble is that the c5 is also coming here for white. They can play c5, for example, like this, take, and take with the king. The position will be absolutely losing here. Yeah, it's just without any chance to survive. I think they will end up the game soon, but before that I will go to the Waltz Rapid that we have on the same time happening here now. This is round number 7, and I will start with the open section under 18. Here we have Homadov against Murzin. And we see that Murzin is a piece down. He is a piece down. And it will be very difficult to survive here for him. It will be very difficult. Let's see how it goes. On the second board, we have Grebnev against Tsaruk. Seems like Grebnev is winning this game. Open section under 16. Round number 7. First board, Piliposyan playing against Nemsadze. And seems like Nemsadze is winning this game. He's just exchange up. He's exchange up and has a very good chances to win this game. That will be a big success for him, as Piliposyan was leading the tournament. And now the situation in the tournament will be quite unclear. Nemsadze is doing quite good tournament. He played rook e5 in this position. And the knight on f5 is hanging now. With the very good chances to win this game. Second board, we have Stribuk against Navumenka. That game has to be draw. Open section under 14. Dotzer, who was leading the tournament, is having a good position in this game also, but actually not so clear, pardon me, it's not so clear. The e4 is coming. Oh, quite complicated. Here black has a better chances. So as we see in a couple of the categories, the 7th round is quite unlucky for the leaders. Board number 2, Ding against Pham. Here it seems like white's position is with a big advantage. Next board we have Giorgadze Georgi against Kiladze Luka. It's with the equal chance. The position is with the equal chances. The whites are not worse at all, as the a pawn is a quite dangerous counterplay. I think here blacks are playing to survive. So the obvious result will be draw in this game, but I have to mention also that Giorgadze has 15 seconds and Kiladze has more than the 2 minutes. This is a big advantage on time. Boys section, sorry, open section under 12. Here we have on the first board Yeganegi against Dao with a very complicated game. On the second board we have Ambartsumian against Moskvinov, where Ambartsumian has an advantage. Open section under 10. Banerjee playing against Klokin. This is the position. Very interesting pawn structure for black. They have 2 double pawns. It's very complicated. We can say that the position is with the equal chances. Any of the opponents could win the game as well. They can do the draw. Second board we have Balanandan against Kakavant. Also very complicated, but with better chances for black. Girls section under 18. Here Lomaya lost with white colors against Omonova, who is leading the tournament. Also her game won Guen Hong with black against Zeliantsova. Girls section under 16. Shvedova won another game, so Shvedova is going to be the champion. She is doing everything for that. On the second board we have Gu against Norman, where Norman already won this game. Shvedova is also won this game. Yes, she already won this game. Girls section under 14. Here on the first board we have Shukhman against Kirtadze Anastasia, which is very important game happening here. It seems like white has a big advantage. King d8 was in the game, queen g5 check, and king c8. But you know, the big time trouble, 3 seconds for Shukhman, 16 seconds for Kirtadze. They are playing the moves in a row, b3, d4, rook e4. What's going on bishop d3? Is it a blunder? If the position is correct after bishop d3, blacks are winning the game. But we will never know this is correct position or not. Yes, that was a blunder. Bishop d3 happened later, rook e2, bishop takes e2, king b2, queen c3, king a3, queen e7, and queen takes c2. I think this is a position they are having. And this is just winning for Kirtadze Anastasia. This is a very big step up. She's winning a very important game. She's winning a very important game and getting in the leaders of the tournament. Second board, we have Nurgalieva against Tsetskhladze, where Nurgalieva won her game. Girls under 12 on the first board. Sorry, that's not correct. Girls under 12. I'll go to that. Hikmatxhanova lost against Lethai Huang. Lethai is leading the tournament. On the second board, Altinbek won against Beberania with a nice checkmate there. Preobrazhenskaya also won against Venskaya. So Preobrazhenskaya is getting back to the leaders. She has 5 points out of 7. And girls under 10 here on the first board. Savivaeva won against Dograshvili Marta. And on the second board, Berikizi won against Milner Romi. Sorry, my bad. This I reviewed, that's the girls section, but round number 6. I'll go to the round number 7 right now. Hikmatxhanova lost against Lethai, yes, that we saw, so that was by mistake only the last section, girls under 10. I will improve that. Isahanian lost against Zavivaeva, so Zavivaeva is very close to be the champion of the tournament, but on the same time, Berikizi Alana won against Zhumanbaeva. So this is a situation after the 7 rounds in the girls section. I will go back to the open section under 16, where on the first board Nemsadze won his game against Piliposian Robert. This is a big success for Mr. Nemsadze. Now let's go back to our female players. The friendly match, Maria Muzichuk against Nino Basiashvili. This is a position that we are having. Nino Basiashvili is trying her best to survive. The position is of course still losing. But anyway, she is trying her best. It seems like f6 is gaining another pawn, and yes, Maria did that move. Now blacks are definitely forced to capture it. Knight takes f6. And wherever the king goes, there will be just knight g8. Okay, king could not go on. It's interesting. If a king goes on c7, I'll play knight g8 or I'll play knight d5. I think I'll play knight d5. Going to the pawn's endgame. Take, take. King b6. King e6, and the blacks are not. Black's king is not on time. The black's king is not on time. This is how the white could win this game in the end. Okay, so after knight f6, Nino played king c8. And of course, after knight g8, it's completely losing. The position seems completely losing. not seems, it is definitely losing. They will end up their game soon, and we will continue our live broadcasting already with the guests. That will be Nino Batsiashvili and Maria Muzichuk. So we'll be back soon, shortly. And we are back. We are back with Nino and Maria. Hello. So, today we have the first result in the tournament where Maria won her game with the white colors, and congratulations, Maria. Let's go to the game. So the opening part, I think it was not so, how to say it, too much to commentate, no? Or you have any other ideas? If you have it, just tell me.
I don't know, but maybe instead of bishop d6, it was possible to play bishop e7 and then like b5. Because what happened during the game, I think I got an advantage.
So bishop e7 here.
Maybe.
Right, it's just a regular move, why not, right?
Usually white prefers to play with the pawn on c4 such types of position, just to get some more space in the center.
My first idea was here after g3 to take and play bishop e5.
Okay, but then I can like retreat my queen and
on d3 or something like this after, or queen e3 or I don't know.
Looks like with the development, it's unclear how to develop, let's say, the bishop on c8.
Maybe just castle and then somehow, and after take to c3, but okay. You also have good position.
Yeah, it would be slightly better for white. No? Okay, so bishop e5, bishop e3, castle, f4, take on d4, everything. Queen takes d4,
This
d6.
position I liked because, like, let's say rook d1, rook d8, and there is no bishop d7. So
I think Nina also liked white's position in this moment.
Yes,
huh?
my idea was just play e5 and maybe go in endgame after this e5. If she takes on d6,
Here?
yes, if she takes, okay, I can play this position, I think. I can take and it takes f4.
Yes, I do not like my structure, therefore I was not
But there
going
is
to
some
change.
knight d5. Here gf, no. First to take on gf, knight f4, I was calculating this line, and now to play knight d5. But okay, maybe knight h3 and play this kind of position. Because here idea to knight d5, take ed and put rook e7
And on knight g6, you are doing knight b6? Or what's going on here?
Yes, something. Just to go as soon as possible. Maybe.
Anyway, I was not going to play it because, like, my pawn structure is not good to this pawn on e4. I mean, I do not like it with these three islands.
She put queen f2, very good. Yes, I should take because f5 is coming. And
Yes,
here,
here.
bishop g4, after
I was talking so much here about bishop g4, so I think it was better b5. I think so. To develop the bishop from there.
yeah, maybe. Just put bishop b7.
On knight d5 to play queen a7.
Queen where?
Queen a7.
I
yes.
see.
That's the
Yeah, it
point.
was my first idea, but after I decided to put my bishop on b5, because g4, I don't understand this rook d3, rook d3, rook g5 is coming, and it's terrible for me.
So you were going to put your bishop on h5 when you were playing bishop g4?
Yes, but
Because somehow we have to find out the good place for the bishop. Yeah. So on g4 it could not stay. So maybe on h5, but on h5 you have some troubles there. But after b5, it's not like it's a problems-free position, right?
Yeah, still white has
At least
and
like
has an advantage, but it's unclear how much.
yes, you can
that's a
put
question.
knight d5 and rook e3 or something like this to keep queens, maybe.
To put pressure.
Yes.
But at least we will not have a problem of the piece that c8 bishop as it develops on b7. It's like the easier life than it was in the game after bishop g4, rook d3. Okay, I feel like the position becomes suddenly very tough for you.
My first idea to put here f5.
f5.
Yeah, but knight d5.
Yeah, let's say 95.
Yes. And when I go queen d8, for example, or somewhere, he played here e5. But maybe it was, I don't know, maybe take and queen g5. It's still okay, I don't know. Here also is knight b6 one.
Instead of taking on e5, yes,
Knight b6 also possible.
Yeah, there are many interesting lines.
Yeah.
Have to be very precise here.
Queen c5.
Yeah, queen c5. After this, I got.
And I was also considering taking on c5, dc, knight d5. Like
Instead of
h3, yes, this I want to play, but here maybe queen c5, dc, knight d5. And the point is that on f5 I want to play e5.
Yeah.
And also like rook c3 somewhere.
Mm-hmm. That also makes sense. Why not?
Yes,
But
so I'm not
actually you
sure.
had a lot of multiple options, different options to continue. What you did,
Yes,
that
but
also...
what you did was better. I also was thinking to give you exchange. It's very bad for me. For
But
example, knight f4 to take instead of bishop h5. Take
Here?
knight f4 or the first.
But this I like for white because like everything is protected, the pawn are very far away, like on the 7, 6
on
rank.
d3 and play this position, take on f2, queen and.
Maybe even bishop d3, I don't know, but it's...
But what's wrong with that?
But why not
also?
bishop on d3?
Bishop d3 maybe, yeah.
Yes, I
don't know.
mean...
It's better, yeah. for
Yeah,
you
everything
to
is
Bishop
protected.
d3 is better,
Yes,
but
I
what is
think so.
hanging here?
Yeah, here I have some counterplay because rook c8 and b5, b4 I can put this
Rook
counterplay.
c8, d4?
Yes, rook c8 and
But it's not enough, I think.
d4 you want to push. Yes, it's. I need to keep all game, and maybe it's.
Bishop d3, then knight d5, also tough.
Yeah, bishop
Yeah.
d3, I think is correct.
Bishop d3 here immediately?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, it's better, I think also. Okay,
Yeah.
this is not working, and after this, I think I need to take it on f2 also, because first I want to play rook c8 immediately.
Nothing much is changing. Huh?
Because if you take, I put rook c5 and.
Yes, but on rook c8, for example, it's the same c3.
Yeah, let's say if I
Yeah.
do not take on c5.
So take,
And here
c3.
f5 is not good, so I need to play f6 and king g3, and maybe here I should play f5. Point is, then you're going e5. I have one tempo up.
I agree with, let's say rook d e3.
Rook d3, take rook e4. And it's, I don't know here what to play. I need to put my knight, my bishop somewhere.
On b7. No, the position is tough, yes.
Yes.
Also, the position was tough, but Maria played the excellent game, that we have to say also.
Yeah, because I was finding some chances and I cannot find. Here after f6, maybe at first I want to go knight h8. It was my.
Wow.
No, not here.
No,
After
yeah,
rook e1,
I
rook e8.
understand.
Here I want to go knight h8 first.
I was considering this move, but still I saw
Rook
something
e3,
for
yes.
white.
Knight e3, yes. Maybe knight to put knight f5 and
Yeah, like
I don't know.
if knight f8 here.
Knight f8 here.
Maybe this is.
I did not like knight e3 because of bishop g6, but perhaps knight b4.
Knight b4.
Yes.
Knight b4.
And this I liked for white.
Yeah.
And you want to just put rook e.
Just to capture the pawn.
If I go rook d8, for example.
Which rook?
No, c, of course.
You can play
Ah, rook d1.
D1 you cannot.
Where is my rook on the screen?
Okay, maybe not knight b4. And something else?
You have knight e3, but
No, knight e3 I saw, but let's say knight e3, then bishop g6. And I do not want to play f5.
F5, yes.
I mean, it's very unpleasant to make this move.
So f5 and just gain the pawn, right?
f5,
Sorry?
bishop f7.
a2 is hanging.
Yes, this is a point. There is one tempo for me.
So maybe knight f8 was better.
Yeah, I think so. First I want to go here, and after I decide to play this f5.
Yeah, could be. After f5.
I took, and here maybe not this move.
But you know, like knight b6 and rook d5 is hanging, so very
Rook
tough.
d6, yes?
No, rook d5, like knight b6 and rook d5.
Yes, this one.
Yeah. As I can f8, I play knight b6 and rook d5.
Trapping the bishop.
Yeah, but after I can play rook c5 when you play rook d5.
Knight d7.
Knight d7. Yeah, there is
Okay,
knight d7.
Ah,
Knight
if
d7.
king f8, yes, king f8. Okay, I need to go this knight f8.
Knight b6.
Rook c7. And here she played knight c4, and I
Oh,
took on
interesting.
e4.
I have some problems with rook d6 and bishop
Rook
f7.
d6, yes, but I think you had this
King
kind of
h8.
good move.
Okay,
King
h8.
h8, then take,
Take.
and just bishop f3.
Ah,
Good.
Good.
Good enough.
That's not my idea, but I like it.
I like it too.
and you play c4.
Just
yes?
quietly.
Ah, yeah.
I
Just
just
take
think
the
I
pawn.
was mesmerized with this knight c4, and I didn't want to check other options. It looks very nice,
Yeah,
and
why
you
not?
want to play it.
No, I mean
But
knight
maybe there
c4
I
is
have some trick,
quite good move.
but I did not.
Here?
Yes, I don't know.
Knight c4 is quite good move. And after that, okay, just technically losing, right?
No, here only moment was to put g5, I think so. Ah, but you have f5. No, here I cannot play this g5. f5 and
5 knight f4 you wanted to play maybe.
Yeah, and you play
But
king
even rook
e5.
g3?
Yes, I want to play this.
What's going on rook g3?
First,
f5.
f5, knight f4, and
Rook
rook
g3
g3.
works, does not work. Let's check it.
Take and knight g6 after
Some
still
chances.
losing.
If I play something else, like what? Like rook d2.
If you go rook d2, oh, wait, I can give you check first. I think I don't know. Maybe just take. I don't know. But f6 is coming. You're still better, but at least I have some counterplay here. Maybe knight takes h3. It was. I think it was only a moment after this.
But let's say if on g5 I take fg, knight g5, king e5.
Simply.
Yeah, maybe it's just easier. King e5.
King
e5.
e5. Knight f7 I have not. King e6 is coming. Just exchange. I don't know. Maybe it's good for me. But
So
it
king
seems
f5
like this.
is also unpleasant, right?
Yeah, king f5, and king e6 is coming. But
But
knight
if knight
is
h3,
King e6? Ah,
Knight
knight
f4.
f4,
Knight
take,
f4.
knight b7. Yeah, something
Necessary to
to calculate.
calculate.
But
yeah,
you have check
unnecessary.
first on g3, and I have no moves.
Where?
When I take on h6, you can play check.
Rook g3 first, right?
Ah,
king f8.
king
King
f8.
f8. Ah, there is another check on e7 also. Is it? Okay. Anyway,
Yes, but after where to go this knight?
what do you mean? Rook g3?
King
King
f8,
f8.
king e6. And I going on
Okay,
F4.
also
Yes.
a rook endgame
Okay.
with the pawn up, like rook h3, rook d6, rook h7.
Yeah, this is also
Might be winning.
problems.
Okay,
But
you can play
not,
king
but
e5
not-
here.
I'm not sure.
King
Yes.
e5, simple
Yeah,
king
king
e5.
e5. Because what I played, I don't know. I have no moves after this.
Yeah.
H4.
H4, yes.
What maybe G6 was only idea, but King E5 is coming, and I have no moves. And in endgame, she play I think very good. I don't know.
The whole game she played very well.
Yeah, no, usually have this feeling that you played very strong, but then you check with the engine, you get frustrated.
No,
So
I think
you'll
this
never
game,
know.
this game was quite good played by you. So, okay,
Yeah,
here
I
I
have
don't
here
think
some
here is.
tricks, but okay, it's not working because my pawns is
Too slow.
I was
Too
also
bad.
considering c5 here,
Yeah.
c5, b5, ab, knight d6, but like knight f6, knight b5, knight h5, and
You did not want to give any chance.
Yes, there is some counterplay, and maybe
Why
you
to
will miss
calculate?
something after.
Yeah, sure.
But of
After
course,
this,
this
it is
is
just
also
without any
winning.
counterplay, without any headache at all. Just promoting c5.
Yeah, but here was only moment I played king e7 and she found this knight e4 pick, yes? Yes.
Mhm.
Because if you go knight e6, there will be some tricks to put
still
knight
I'm not
c4,
sure,
yes.
knight c4, knight d6, and the second d5, knight e3. This I was
Yeah,
not sure.
this idea. Because when you're going king c6, I can take on f5 and e6 knight is hanging. This is
what?
one tempo.
What I did not like here is like king c6, knight f5. Okay, you can continue. Knight f5, b6, knight d6, knight d6. Yes, and on knight g7 there is knight c4. It's just something incredible what I did not like at all. And I mean,
Yeah,
it
maybe
might
it's
be a
not
draw.
winning,
And
yeah.
so when I saw this, like knight c4, I immediately declined this line and chose knight e4.
Mhm. You play just knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4 and here I don't think I have some ideas.
Yeah.
Yes, and my king is 2.
After that, oh no, that's
I
not the line.
don't play like this.
That was my line. You played here. What
Yeah,
did
my
you play?
pawn is on h6. It was on
You play king
h5. It's
c8.
awesome.
You played king c8, right?
Yeah, maybe king d8 was better move, but okay, it's also losing, I think.
Yes. Okay. So we can end up with that. Dear chess friends, we are ending today's broadcasting. Tomorrow our female players has a rest day, and we will continue with the broadcasting of World Rapid. They have the last day there, the decisive rounds, round number 8, 9, 10 and 11. So see you tomorrow and bye bye.
See?
ბათუმი კიდევ ერთი საჭადრაკო ზეიმის მასპინძელია. 5-12 ივნისი. მსოფლიო ახალგაზრდული ჩემპიონატი სწრაფ და ელვისებურ ჭადრაკში. პლანეტის 457 ნიჭიერი მოჭადრაკე ფიდეს უმნიშვნელოვანეს ღონისძიებაში.
მოხარული ვარ რომ ბათუმი როგორც საერთაშორისო ღონისძიებების მასპინძელი ქალაქი წელსაც უმასპინძლებს ჭადრაკის მსოფლიო ჩემპიონატს და წარმატებები მინდა უსურვო 38 ქვეყნის მონაწილეებს ამ ჩემპიონატში.
გაიმარჯვებს ის, ვინც მოულოდნელ გამოწვევებსაც კი სწრაფად და სწორად უპასუხებს.